One, that's why I've been a night owl. Well, usually it's not really a night owl, but since the time says so, it's night owl time. Yeah. Ohakoka to you, Goin. Right. Well, before I need wait. There you go. Where's shit? Shut up! I'm definitely not cheating. Definitely not. Also, ever since fasting month, I haven't been actually drinking coca that much. Only on like my birthday. So I thought, you know what? You can't really drink coca. So, yes. Ugh. Oi. Kokampai, guys! Kokampai. It's so good! I love cocoa so much. So I hope to be able to finish the first game on the stream, because I feel I was looking, and it seems like I'm almost there. So let's just last part. Let's do this. Mang malam, mang malam. Selamat malam. Mat malam. Oh, I wonder if we get like finally. Okay, I swear, we need to know what's Mr. Eggert's name. Oh, Bailey, okay. Agina! Agina, how are you holding up? Starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders. Well, now if you understand the tsunderiness, then yes, you will understand that tsundere doesn't mean cold. The big sun, yes. Such a big sun. Gimme! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? Oh. What's the point, eh? Why go all this trouble and fight so hard for likes of me? Oh no! You're the big Shun. Come on, we love you. What? Well, you saw it, that picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's right-handed recorder? Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to court. Surely you've gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. I mean, well, maybe a squidge bit. Of course I can. Look at her face. Can I do it? I tried. Jenny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Yeah, she never tell us what happened that night. She was making it hard for herself. Why? Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, would really like to hear it from you. Look at her. Alright then. yes, tell us. The Vyolfers aces. Yes. It's gonna be... We're gonna ace this. Definitely. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then all we had to chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. Oh, the rare night stream. Yeah, you gotta get used to it for this month. Sadly, this month only. This month only. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. I slipped out and went down the street to the 221 to Wendy's Bank place. Had to know if Iris' story is there or not. The hounds of the Baskersville. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like, something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in the lug with Wendy's bag for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. That's a lot of twos, apparently. You broke into Wendy's bank? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you'll like it in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick. And that's when... Mr. Wendy Bank! I nearly died. I did. And next thing I knew, I grabbed the gun off the counter and I was waving it in the air like I don't know what. It's defense. You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went to an armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it in here? The Sholmes leaves a load of papers with your story? I beg your pardon? The hound of something or other. If it was here, I want to see it. Sorry, young lady. I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I have? What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here. That's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Ah, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there alright, the mantle script. Sholmes really weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check on me, Jenny? Anyway, there was a bit of kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scenes, yeah. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Oh gosh. Dear me. Is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? Well, I mean, Mr. Strongheart said about the whole burgling scenes and the pawn shops, right? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, I'm sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Well, I'll come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of me and walked back out into the shop. Well, I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining me ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of scrap. I started to think I should help see. So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... Wah! That's a lot of bang bang. I heard couples of shots go off too, I think, almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it. Quick as you like it. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windybang might come for you? Yeah, so I went to grab the old Cuff's gun. I figured I would put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Mr. Windybang. Windybang was a gunner. Gunner he is. Felt funny in me head all of a sudden, kind of was dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. Nothing. I mean, the whole of her, like, holding the gun is very kind of understandable. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it would make things even worse for me. I'll be alright, Ginny, don't worry. Just stay a little longer. Stay strong. Rono is about to put a real culprit through them. Yes, we will. We will. That cove was there in the afternoon. That Eggert Benedict. Oh, that guy is definitely the man. That smug ass face. I still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? We did! You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Naruodo. Naruodo? Just call me Runo. How come you trust me? I don't get it. Cause you're my client. You're my defendant. I am defending you. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGill did. We told you a whole pack of lies. And you got bog trotter off with him, even though he was the killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was the best at that time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, I don't know that I also made you a promise. Oh, don't forget I also make you a promise, that's true. I told you that I'll be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in that trial. You were? Oh no. Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was so sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who had done it. Oh no. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Oh, the British accent is strong and this one is really hard! Azuma! Azuma! Inosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. Kazuma! I was so happy I cried. I am crying right now. Kazuma! Why must you leave us so soon? Okay. But even then, somewhere inside me I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. My kokoro. Look at him! His coolness radiates through my monitor. Look at it. Sorry. Enough simping. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Oh, what is this? I'm getting heebie-jeebies right now. Ah! Why? Why? Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. I mean, if I'm in Gino's position, I will fucking cry, man. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar. You're not like McGilda. I know that. Eh? Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris. You know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. You know what? When someone, every time I play Phoenix, right, or the Ace Attorney game, whenever they suddenly just looked at you straight in the face like this, it speaks volume, man. It speaks volume. When they usually don't, not like this. I mean, you know. Mr. Nara Odo, hug, Gino must protect. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course, thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. Ugh. This is at last the final chapter, the final battle! Wish me luck, Susato-san, and I hope you're watching over me too. Partner! Aibo! Now that I would call someone Aibo. Hey, it's April! I just realized it's April! It's in the future. I hereby the court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, you have successfully subpoenaed. How do you? Okay, it's subpoena. How do you have subpoenaed? Wait, how do you read that? Wait a minute. How do you read that on past tense? Subpoena, eh?
Subpoena.
It's subpoena, and then what about with yud? Yeah, how do you? It didn't tell me how. Subpoena? Subpoon?
Subpoena.
Ah.
Subpoenaed.
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 Subpoenaed. Okay. Subpoenaed. Subpoenaed.
Subpoenaed.
Okay. Subpoenaed. I would like some peanut. Never seen that word in my life? Well, welcome to Grade A Saturnia. Apparently I learned a bunch of legal words from this game. So subpoena. So subpoena means to summon someone. And like, or something to the court or something. Have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? Legalese is confusing. Exactly. I feel the same with whenever, even like in Gramesian, right? Conversation is still hard. I mean, you know, but when you're talking about legal conversation, legal Indonesian, it's really hard. A subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. Oh, my lord. However, I can't put a voice on him. I can't put a voice on anyone because it's hard to remember the voices. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Now let's turn our attention to the Inspector Gregson's process of this case. Heard by the court this morning. Okay. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yeah, so I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes up for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. This is a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. Yeah, she's gonna write you off into a big doo-doo in her novel, mister. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Oh boy. Look at that face. 4 people now! Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at a short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Oh my gosh. Now kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ah! That's your name. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station. That's a mouthful. Now perhaps somebody would like kindly explain what all this is about. Name revealed! Wow. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at the pawnbrokers on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This is really beyond a joke, you know. Is that a joke? Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You'll respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Oh my god, stop it. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. Okay, sure. Naturally, I have occasions to make use of pawnbroking service from time to time. But are you serious, suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? Oh gosh, the thugs... the thugs had kind of spilled a lot of beans already, mister. I got that move, right? He got the move. He's like Sholmes. Sholmes have the move. But he's like wiggly. Meanwhile, Sholmes are very sharp. Very sharp. Have no intention of admitting to such outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detectives' homebrew tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Oh, hey! I know how! I definitely know how! Make him strip down. If he has a fresh wound. You know, then that's something. Hey you, take off your clothes. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. No, it's not lewd. We're in the court. What the... Gonyom. Gonyom. Where are you, Gonyom? I'm gonna bonk you if you don't stop. If you don't stop. I'm gonna eat ya. So stay there. Okay. Be a good Gonyom. No lewd thoughts, okay? It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury will be upheld. Jury's will be upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of most inept assembly of jurors today. Oh my gosh, are you gonna insult the jurors? By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If following the defense cross-examination your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for a good afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? Why do you have to... Oh my god! This oh, my apologies. You are... Yunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon. Enchant. So. Ah! What? Why did you give the hair away? Nice hair, by the way. But man, I just watched the first episode of Spy Family. Spy Family, Mr. Forger is better than him, even though he has the same hair. Free hat! I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do it. Wear it! Wear it! Naruhodo! Wear it. And nice hair though. Is that a toupee? Or not? Is that a toupee? Alright, let's just keep pressing him. Poes. Yes, we have met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at that time. It was Mr. Eggert, but Eggert? Why do I always call it Eggert? Yamete! The witness here is to testify about the events that took place that night. Ah, so we can't, okay. He's under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, isn't he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. Maybe... Look at this! Look at... Guys, look at his face! He's just looking at him! Oh, I can't hate these guys! They're so cute! He does look indeed like an egg, didn't he? Well, Ashley, Graydon, whatever, you're an Eggert now. I'll call you Mr. Eggert from now on. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? They're such a liar. No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I would like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made these outlandish accusations against me? The young lawyer in there. in the black. This is farce. Oh my gosh. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in the British court anyway? Ugh. Well, needless to say. Oh my god. Ah, this is hard. Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? It is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallion. You're able to prove that? Yamete! Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertions. Saka! You will fulfill the obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Oh my gosh, please. Silent Victor Wiggle, thanks. Wow. I swear, this guy. So pressing him doesn't seem to be a thing that we should go for. Let me see if we can present anything. He and his moves, damn! Exactly. I feel like there's nothing I can do right now other than pressing him. Blood was found at the scene of the crime, there's no question of that. Mr. Sholm's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. Yeah, but then the judge will be like, oh, But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be so sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood have slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholm's chemical is able to differentiate different. Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholm's character anyway? Well, I assume all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective. Oh yeah! Mr. Skulkin, are you about to spill something? You have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? It won't me. No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Ah! What? Wait! What the? What? Wait! Mr. Phoenix Wright, you're not allowed to send an objection here. Mr. Nick. Mr. Nick! You're not allowed to. Go back to your timeline. This is your ancestors' time to shine. Okay? Unless you're Kazuma. Maybe. Maybe a bit different. Also, thank you. Thank you for the coca. Thank you for all the coca. I am also drinking a coca, which is good. Right, I've had it enough to you here. How many times I've got to tell you? Yes, I know, you're not the big bruff sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Blimey, governor, you won't. Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must be him. You won't. Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing. Honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves him arms around like that much more, I'll open up the... I love these people! I can't. I would say, like, we need to know, we need a way to show that he was there with the wound. And there they are, opening it up for me. Oh, beautiful! What wound? Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. Ain't gonna be healed up yet. And so I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and... Oh, it spell! Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. My lord, yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you would allow the court officially to examine your arm, sir. The left arm you are currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. Oh, what's he gonna do? No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. He just said so! The Bobo just said so! What the fuck you on about? The Bobo said so. No? They're the most honest. They're the terrible liars. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I am completely uninvolved in all this. Are we gonna like see maybe like the more he moves, like a blood will just like flow here, and we're like, oh, it is wounded, you know, because he just can't stop the move. I never had anything to do with this pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. He takes I Invoke to the fifth too serious. For sure. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. Make him dance. Oh, heck yeah. We're gonna go to boogie. It's gonna be a disco in the court. I need to go, so bye. I'll watch the recorded stream after school. Alright! VODs are always open to everyone. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery? My lord! The defense would like that last statement to be added to the Mr. Grey Dawn formal testimony. Very well, Consul. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Grey Dawn. Bottom line is, well, we do, but we're gonna press ya for now. Never had anything to do with it? You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I am currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. Sure. No, you were there to redeem an article. We gotta show it to them. I have no... Oh! Yes! I forgot that he was there! Yes! Okay, sorry. Gregson, I love you! You have something to add, Miss Inspector? Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon? Well, yeah, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You and your young Japanese assistant and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well, no, what is it? I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Gracie showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley's installed in Windybanks? Yeah, yes, of course. Indeed, the gentleman picture bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. It is the witness, you must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point I have denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the article on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to Skulkin Brothers. Yeah, they were the key to it after all. So he said it had nothing to do with the Windybanks. We know that was not true. Perhaps now is a good time to have a proper look. Yes, we will. Right about now, because it's been a while. So we're gonna look. So this is the one. What is this one? It's just the box. This is the music box. Okay. Windybanks. Alright, okay. Genus representation paper, blood sample, redemption ticket. This is the one from Yeah, this is the for the code. That's the manuscript. McGilded's okay. Case paper. Autopsy report. This is the only thing I think about when he wanted something. And this one, the mantle. Not the mantle, the coat. Alright. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information would become a valuable weapon. Okay. Okay. So, the thing is, you really want this thing. That's why I remember. Even have the whole thingy too. The coat. What should I give? Which person have used? Again? Is it the same? Okay. Yeah, it's the same. Right, what if we try? Is there anything in the Pawnbrokers perishes in pick-par splendor. Is doubtless good. Or something like that possible. I would like to give him bigger. How? Proud pickpocket protects planets post-trial, perhaps. Protects planet? This is really making me dizzy. Why? What's wrong? Why is it making you dizzy? What is going on? Your head is puzzling you? Alright, I think I'll have to try a little bit by a little bit. I have to all the Okay, I'm gonna try giving the music box, the music thing, because I think that's the thing that he wants it the most. So, I'm gonna. Ooh. Is it? Have you ever seen this before, Mr. Graydon? I was gonna say no. Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was until the day of his murder in pawn in Mr. Windybank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? And that wasn't me. As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. We were just trying to make the other guy remember. This chips-loving guy. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Yes, resulting from abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish show acquired the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered a minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears of the remnants of the skirmish in the form of the smear blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious! Indeed it must! Miss Graydon! You refused to allow the court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that this bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Oh my gosh. Well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? What? Check the UV. I will. UV. Check the UV. So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempt to take the disc from the defendant? Are you? Order! Well, Mr. Graydon, it would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc as you put it, and not quite. No, quite the reverse. There you go. Sorry. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out the pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. It definitely is. Definitely. Because it has Miss McGilded stuff. There's a note on the disc saying from McGilded, but the items belong to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gut-turling. On the day in question, I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later the same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say, the famous London philanthropist, who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord! Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Oh boy. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself have instruction to deposit it at Windybanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination. Okay. Time to press everything. Why? Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communication officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have a little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously. And in a hassle, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in the pocket. And yet there is a note on it that reads from McGilded. I am a collector of rare and unusual music. I first met Mr. McGill at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my pension? And then, what is that?
Penchant.
Pension. Okay. And the area. Ah, shit. Pension. Pension. A strong or habitual liking for something or tendency to do something. Hyoka. Hyoka. I see. So the disc in question, it's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot it was in your pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. I feel like Van Zeeks here is already questioning somehow. I don't know why. His way of talk has been really different. Yes, exactly. Hina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilder had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. I thought you said pension. I know that one is also different, but do they sound the same?
Penchant.
Penchant. So the T, you have to hear the T. Penchant. Penchant.
Pension.
Pension. Pension. And then the other one is penchant.
Penchant.
Penchant. Okay. Okay, sure. Sure. The redemption ticket was stolen from... Okay. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking in the oh my god. Insalubrious a poor area, okay.
Insalubrious.
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 Insalubrious. Areas in the insalubrious areas, her kind frequent. Objection! Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbroker that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windy Banks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc. I don't too much illegal word tonight indeed. There's so many words. So many fancy schmancy words. My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? Oh boy. I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. I'm passing by to say good luck and have fun with the stream, Gweb. Also, high grade and you stylish flourish. Thank you, Jesse! Yes, finally, I can see his whole face now. Look at him. Look at his fancy hair. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my ticket. I want to press. Have you ever been to Windy Banks before? Only once for the purpose of pawning something, but like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishment. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Wait, what about the thing? We don't have it. No, we don't have it! No! Why? If only we could have... If only... we all... So sad. I wish I could be as stylish and flourish as him, but alas, maybe I can do as so in my dream. Well, if only we all wish to look like him. You know, everyone can only dream of. But I don't know. I would like to look like Mr. Sholmes too. Mr. Sholmes have a really nice curly hair on the top, which is really cute. So. That's right. I didn't notice it at first, of course, such is the art of pictures. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbroker at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. It was not your coat, it's Mr. McGilder's! But we cannot go there, cannot pursue that. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. Bgm Wen. I don't know how it feels to be blind. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right, it was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilder as an evidence. Choto! Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. No, it's nothing. Leave it alone. Oh! Is he trying not to say anything about the Mr. McGilder shit? Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilder's possession? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine! What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly! You should all know all about that. Magnus McGilder, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contribution to the public life. Yet, he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Banzeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Corporals like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties Oh shit, I knew it. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have a great faith in you, Inspector. Oof. Oof. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw prints first. What's all this about? I don't. So looks like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. No shit. No shit. The plot thickens. Indeed. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. I swear, I feel like slurring my word these days. Gladly, my lord. Oh, gladly, my lord. In other words, I have absolutely no reason to break into the shop later today. Well, I know what you need. You need the music box. But perhaps you've seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. Bric-a-brac. What is a bric-a-brac? Is that like another term that I don't understand? Bric-a-brac. Miscellaneous objects and ornaments of little value.
Bric-a-brac.
Bric-a-brac. Okay. Bless you, Gesundheit. Thank you. Well, in that case, it's clear. You broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGildett's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. Well, you do, sorta. So there's nothing of Mr. McGildett's life. There is! There is! There is. I don't know if you have some evidence. Then let him have it. Yes, I know. It's bits and bobs. Bits and bobs. I know bits and bobs, but I don't know bric-a-brac. You turned Gina first. Yeah. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying. I wonder, you know, if actually Eggert, is Eggert really acquainted or working together with Mr. McGildet? Or he's trying to get Mr. McGildet's possession maybe for something evil? Maybe something more than, you know... What breaks you being very strange all about this? There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what is. For now, I need to focus exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying. Yeah. Okay, so... I have a feeling that maybe... we're gonna have to present... the box. There you go. This was deposited at Windy Banks on Magnus McGildett's instruction. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Conjecture again, and in any case, this was taken in custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason. Had no reason. Well, how do you stress word to visit the pawnbroker that night? Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGildet had another article in pawn at Windy Banks, as this second pawnbroker ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGildet in Windy Banks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one, together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulking Bros. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no reason for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed, the witness makes a solid argument. So that means for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it? Oh boy. It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible, blah blah blah. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windy Bank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. Oh! What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court if you please. Yes, sir. Yes, sir! What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Hurley's right-handed recorders again. Hi all ladies and gents, stay safe and healthy. Hi Vyolfers, happy stream. Thank you, Demo. Thank you. I hope you have a good day too. Stay safe. Stay hydrated. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout, the victim established was furnished with 2 automatic cameras in 2 locations. One is set up to capture the counter where Mr. Winniebanks received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, Mr. McGill, the small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on the 13th April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves on the forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on the 5th of April. Oh, that's it! The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This one's taken about 2 hours after the incident. We're gonna do the thing! We're gonna do the thing! We're gonna do the thing! Oh my gosh, I'm excited. Okay. See, so we have 2 pictures to compare. Oh yeah. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Oh no! It's time to put your eyes to your nose, across your eyes. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we were considered theft as one of possible motives in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men had already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. Remember, if it's the same, when we look at it in 3D, we will see what's the real deal. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that the exactly same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on that one night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Yeah, that hurts. I don't believe it! If I could have just shown that he would stolen Matilda's pawn box, I would have been able to break him down at least. You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if this 2 paragraph really exactly the same. Exactly! Put your pumpkin brain on and we break brain this. Oh, break brain. Big brain. So, Counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. There could be something hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere. Use a piece of evidence. Before I give my answer, my lord, I would like to try something if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify this discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to help you? Well, since apparently Naruhodo-chan cannot cross his eye, we need to use this handy dandy thing. I would like to use this device, my lord, to view the 2 prints stereoscopically. Oh! I'm so happy! Yes, you've caught the bug at last! You can't resist it, can't you? You've got the cross-eye compulsion! Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Bruno, let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now look at the eyepiece. Shaga shaga. Oh yeah. Once you're sure of that at first, but it's clear discrepancy. What? What? It's literally here. Look at that. Look at that. It's shiny. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pieces stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of the small box. Wait, I need to take a picture. Wait, I'm taking a picture. No, wait, let me take a picture of this. Oh, beautiful. Oh, what is this a spectacle? Look at that. Look at I'm taking a picture of this one too. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Winniebanks on that night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelf. Are you suggesting the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda is in fact? Yes! The very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints. Mindless guesswork! What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf and nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but alright, McGilda's box wasn't stolen then, doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changed everything, I guess. For me. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside the box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine the box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelf at Winniebanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can possibly be relevant to this trial. It is! Big relevant! The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff! Arrange for an officer to go to the Baker Street at once! Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Ah! Here we go! I look so angry. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. You have to be careful. To be hoodwinked by a farce. Hoodwinked. I swear. Hoodwinked. Hoodwinked. What is that? Dota 2? What is it, Dota 2? Define hoodwink. Deceive or tricked. Ah. Okay. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, would seem. Are you trying to say? What are you trying to say, man? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness' intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilda from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of these articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Oh. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilder perishes 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of the society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of the pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift such things to me. But why you want it so bad? Is that what? Bolshevik isn't saying anything. Prosecution argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now. It's bolster its argument. Ah! To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles spawned by these fine citizens could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yeah, of course. You and I both know that. We know that Mr. McGilder true character, and we know this disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain that all to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that Mr. McGilder's acquittal 2 months ago also was a mistake. That the defense argument was flawed, based on the false information. And I will mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny... Could it be that Lord Van Ziek's no? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he's anticipated everything? Maybe... This could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that Mr. McGilder deposited with Mr. Windybank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chance of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Ah! What do I do? What do I do? The truth is gonna come out, right? Should I let her testify? Should we? Oh no! Oh no! I'm out of coca. I'm sorry, I had to save. I have to save. What do we do? I mean, we are going to make Gina... But... I'm out of coca. I can put my coca down. This is a really critical situation. Yeah. because we know Gina was threatened real bad what Mr. McGill did. But she did it to save her friends, her brethrens, you know? But it's not, she still committed perjury, that's the thing. But we also need to save Gina from all this mess. Which the only way is for her to actually tell everything. That Mr. McGilda is not a nice man. What if sometimes we just have to suck it up? Sometimes we have to suck it up that we were wrong. That we did defend a very heinous, a very heinous guilty man. What do we do? What do we... I want another cocoa, but I can't drink another cocoa right now. I'm going to get my drink then. I'm gonna get my drink. Give me a moment. Give me. Give me a moment as I think of it too. What do I do? I have my bottle of water now. Wait. You're damned if you do, and damned if you don't. What's worse, being convicted of murder or perjury? That's the problem. Yeah. But we know that she's not doing it on purpose. She had to. She was threatened. She wasn't one to do it. So here's hoping sentence is lighter, knowing. Also for the perjury, Gina was under duress. Exactly. She was threatened by Mr. McGilded. So here's hoping that everything is okay if I let Gina testify, and the jury would understand why she had to do so, and we had to suck it up that we did something wrong. You know. Well, hopefully, even if if we're able to tell them that we don't do this, for mean intentions or something. I don't know. It's so hard. I do believe that the truth must come out. how hard it is, but I'm sorry, Gina. We have to do this. Eventually. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. I'm sweating bullets. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilder's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at the Mr. Windybanks by Mr. McGilder, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove that the significance of the article in question once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you have considered the implication of the testimony you're proposing, in particular the impact it will have on the accused standing and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain the last remarks? The prosecution accepts the defendant's defense proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Oh my gosh. Very well, if you have no objections. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. The witness currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Interrupt. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait, you, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testify. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me. Good luck, Bruno. Put your faith in me, Gina! The articles that Mr. McGilder had deposited in Windybank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in the trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilder. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now we're here all, and here we all are again. The same players in that trial facing each other once more. Ahoy! How goes the case? It's going good. It's going good. Can you tell from my face? It's good though. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in the omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilder. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder, but as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck. With the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of the unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilder died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of the circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Well, we're gonna solve it right here and right now. Be that as it may, I recall neither of the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade. Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully will tell information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Come on, Gina! You can do it! You have little credibility to lose. Wow! Van Zeek's just throwing roast here, man! Stop it! Not to Gina! Ginny, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris, we're on your side! Gina, please! Alright then, I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. Okay. That's mean, Van! Exactly! Man, Van Zee is just not cool. I mean, he's cool, but has no heart yet. Guys, we have to melt his heart like how we did with Edge Pooji. With Edgeworth, you know how it was so cold. It was so cold being what you call that, growing up with Von Karma, and now he's all cute and warm inside and adorable. We're gonna have to do the same with Van Zeeks here, guys. Gonna have to warm him. His cold heart. Must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. It's okay, Judge. It's okay. It's okay. You'll understand soon enough. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawn article and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto. What is this? Guys, what is that? Hitherto. That's it.
Hitherto.
Okay. Until now or until the point in time under discussion? Ah. Okay. He's so angry. So, Mr. Strad, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth and commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out, like Van Zeek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. For justice! For truth! I hate words that are just to preposition mashed together. Yeah, true. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair of roof deck went off to call the schlops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver something to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I've seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous! What have you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The action of the accused in this trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it! The whole trial was farce! It was all lies! That McGillo fellow was run to the core. Oh, don't forget, lawyer from the east. We're all bubble bubble. You're wrong! There are a lot of you, Mr. Naruto. The lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug! I don't think so. I really expect to believe that. Yeah, really stitched up everyone, did he? What an operation to get over men's comfort. Unforgivable. The lies have to stop. Yes, and the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilda's pawn article must be brought to... Hello? Hello? My back? Are you guys? Yeah! Did you miss anything? Where were you guys? Where were you guys? If you guys missed anything, I can show you the history of what happened. I miss you for sure. Yeah, don't be smooth on me now. So this is what happened. Cause I don't remember when I don't know when did I go IDC, but I will scroll this slowly for you guys, so you guys you don't get too, what do you call that? So you'll see the context a little bit. Was just only a little bit? Okay. Okay. Cause only even if like the VOD is gonna be up, that part's gonna be cut up too. So I thought maybe if I include that on the stream, that'll be nice. Given the depths of the calamity, you have to plunge yourself into this. May well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed to cross-examination. Oh my god. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Mrs. Strad? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's a pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claim Mr. McGilda was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me to say. But it's important that you have to tell us the truth now. Were McGilda and the victim acquaintance? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying or not buying. Perhaps business dealings or some kind. But anyway, they got louder and louder and it started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard the noise like someone killing over the floor, and it was booming loud and all. And I believe he let out involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away. When the Irishman... Okay. What's the disc? So you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. What is this guy doing? Oh my god! Hey! You guys! What are you guys on about? Look! Should I pursue him? Oi! What are you doing? What are you whispering about? So suspicious! What is this? I will definitely gonna do it again. I'm gonna press you guys. But does this belong to the victim perhaps? I don't know, but Magilda picked it up and pretty smartish. And then he sat on the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word of what I've seen or heard. Can this guy! I swear I'm gonna Hey, excuse me! Is there something you like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Blimey, you tried to give me a heart attack? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is this discussion about? A discussion with this fella? Pull another one, sunshine. You think I've gotten anything to talk about with that shady gent like this? I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective. Guys, I swear, this guy just need a room, man. You guys need a room! They've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. As if they've been negotiating. Oh my god. You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourself while witness is giving testimony. Yes, I'm sorry, my lord. Greggy! Gregsy! You're gonna make Iris very, very angry. Mr. Strad, continue with your testimony, please. I swear, I'm gonna press them again if they keep talking to each other. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in its guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horse and McGilda got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the sea where I started off. Once the carriage came to a halt, the two cubs from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilda, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from the outside. The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. Oh my gosh, yes, that guy. A fellow who went by the name Beppo, if memory serves correct. Wow, your memory is great, Judge! What did McGilda and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened, and stuff like that mainly. That pawn shop obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel! Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in the trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was at the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zieks. McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded up and carefully like before ending it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than we were reading back, suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when when McGilded flashed the brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. Friend you? How exactly? Told me I will only be able to scrap her if told me if I will only be to scrapper if I did exactly what he said, which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said, which was he told me I would have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure to not lose it. The ticket? Why never? He said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before the 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why would Mr. McGilder would have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police makes no sense at all. Would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. That what McGilder had the driver deposit Windy Banks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I leg it before the coppers show up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. It is really putting her faith in you, though. Yes, to thank her, she'll have to face the charge perjury once the sale on you. So I need to use this time we have now to get as much information. Yes, we will. I've been pressing everything. Do I need to press this part? Because I haven't really pressed this part because the fucking Bobo was talking. Okay. He told me not to say a word about what I've seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought if I didn't go along with it, I would get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a lot of questions, like what my name was and where I live, and that he asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that was right. The first, okay. Rapping noise. Oh, that's it! Thank you, Mr. Strat. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. But what is the connection to now? I bet. It would appear on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilder took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point! This disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilder's coat and its content were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the coat died right after its trial. I knew that. So I decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. What? Well, why not, eh? They were only gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have gotten? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Mr. Strad, it would appear McGilder was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why would it be? Hangoku? But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He's probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. she's so cute. My lord! The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. It's here! Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Okay. The mysterious little box deposited by McGildets 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's the key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Finally, it's here! Already continuing. I'm gonna finish this game. This game has run long enough. I want to finish it. Ah, it's a pretty box though. It's a pretty box. It has a red jewel right there. How could it not be valuable? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Winniebank's murder, the only item on the shelf that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. It's a... Nani? Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Well, although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box housed a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Is it time? Are we gonna know what's inside? I mean, what's in it? You know what I mean? Wait. Okay. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGildet's disc deposited in the... Yeah. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGildet's disc. It was the disc of his victims in the omnibus. So the disc is from... That's why he said for McGilded. But McGilded be like, I don't like your price. It's too much. Here, I kill ya. Let me take it. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brick maker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music box on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let court now listen. Listen. Oh. Wait, my lord! Here we go! Greg C. B. Sassy! The music box and the disc are, very unrelated to the case. No need to spoil some somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. This may very well have been, have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, the piece of evidence is police property and... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interests here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delay, please play the disc! Oh boy. What an interesting tune. What on earth? Yeah, what is... That doesn't sound like a music code. I would think so too. It sounded like a code. That's certainly not what I would call music exactly. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in Morse code? I don't think so. Oh god. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless! After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can be, can it? Well, obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it then drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that music box offers a low. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a clue? It could be a clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how could it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. Right, if it's just the music, why would anyone want it so bad? But if it's actually an information somewhere, if it's an information for some dark backdoor secrecy, then this fucking shit is actually very, very valuable. Because knowledge and information is very valuable, more than anything. That sounds strange, I agree, but there's one thing that's bothering me. Our Graydon stands there chortling victorious, and the inspector beside him has rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognized the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. That's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend. Answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chemming has on this case? The defense believe that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because it's music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that! The smell vanished! I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deduction based on how people react to what you say? You're acting just like Curly, Runo. Yeah, but I'm better than him. The sound we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they're not, what are they? Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. Foolish fools, only foolishly foolish fools. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Bruno? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. A music box that is only for communication. Probably. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. I mean, like what I told ya! I told ya! Aha! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Reno. Feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one music box makes. Yes, it's familiar sound, actually, Iris. Was just thinking the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense. Yes! If your assertion is that music box produced this music, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. Then persecution demands that my Lord Nipponi's friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Oh god, okay, let me show ya. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. Well, yes. And evidence that explains the true nature of this sound on the music box is... how do we show the true nature, the true nature of sound. How can we show the true nature of sound if we cannot show it here? God dang it. Ah. How can we show code? Can you take the music up? Is it here yet? No, it's not here. It's not here. The disc. Wait, my brain. Evidence explains the true nature of the sound. Can you see what these are? Sensationals are lured down the... Says, well, look. Mystery mole. Classified secrets may have been... Oh, is this it? For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse world news. It's all secret communication! There it is! Sorry. I've been looking! Communication! Secret communication! Exactly! That's why fuck it! That's why Gregson is so angry! That fucking fucking there it is! I just need it! We found it! The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in Pick Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. My lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Minister of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmission along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? What's the matter? You told the court before that you work at the same communication center, communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And that particular station where you work deals with government communication and newspaper reports. Newspapers. Yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not very familiar sound? Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madame. It bears more than passing resemblance to the sound of your made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code? But I don't believe it! Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfect placed than a highly skilled communication officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Yes! Order! Please, everyone, order! This is high treason, council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? What is capital punishment? The sort of words I would expect you to know. For our sovereign government confidential information, hostile nation would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. In the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important desk lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! Hello, welcome! We're getting to the meat of this. So in response to the defense accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do! I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away. Oh. Okay. Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands that the witness testifies. In the response of the... Aha! Yes! Yes! Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. That being a most litigious offense for which the law sanctions sanction the capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify. Mr. Graydon. Oh boy. Gregson doesn't want it! Gregson doesn't want... Skulkin? Oh my gosh, are you fucking kidding me? You're gonna let us say, Rabbit and Pokey, governor, we got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nav Skulkin, occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, we ain't baddies enough to tell us to sell out our motherland. That's right, we're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas, very bad timing. Okay. A mere communication officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by the music box aren't even Morse code. It was a low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGill. Anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. I came in the right time, it seemed. Hey, yeah! Hi, Abby! Have you been updated? Been up to date to this case? If so, oh shush. If not, oh guy, you missed a hell lot. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night, like what you told us to do. If we known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we won't have touched it. Oh, governor. Mr. Skulkin. What misters will do, governor? What's up? Do I take that you now admit to the crime? That night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, did you also as a party of three and cooperate? Well, you done goofed. You done goof. We did, Gov, we did. I love this guy. Quiet them down, please. And what do you say to that, Mr. Graydon? What do you want? What? Yeah. Sorry. There was like so many mosquitoes. No wonder I've been so itchy. Okay. No worries, I kind of already got spoiled. I'm just here to watch again. It's okay. I remember you were watching Reynes, right? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rot, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing, no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight up job. And what about the geezer who shot was it? Was it? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did it? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever this man said, I denied the accusation. What are you doing here? Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceeding. However, as it has, I will admit it to the— Oh, yes! Yes! I can finally tinker! Gibby. I wanna tinker. But you shut off, mister. I don't like you. Oh, you can't, but you know. Alright. What does this button do? Oh! What's that, Reno? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like there's a button that opens up as well. You're right! Well, come on, Dan. What are you waiting for? Let's open it! Alright then, here it goes! I thought there's a— There's another movement on the other side. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play on this side? Yes, it seems so. It looks like there's two movements that are linked together. Linked? Wait! Wait! Eggert was saying he was looking for another one, didn't he? Wait! Eggert said he was looking for another one. He said, hey, where's the other disc and this code? But there's only one. Or not, I don't know. Was he? Am I dreaming? Or did he have the first? Did he have the other one? I don't know. Okay, let's just continue. Wait. Oh, so we if we got another one, we can just put it here. Oh my gosh! Would have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box. And this one looks like the other one. The com's teeth are all the same length. But this movement only produces a single tone like the other one. They must do. Except that the length of this teeth on the two com isn't the same. So the single tone produced by the movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce single note. But the notes they produce are different. The disc have a B-side, guys. Oh. No. Yeah. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. Are you chilling? I know. I love you too. Okay, anyway. Moving on. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communication are handled... Yes! I got the mosquito, guys! I killed one! I killed a mosquito! Any important government communication are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Pachi. Isn't that the pachi word? I feel like there's another one, but maybe I'm just hallucinating. Yo, Goin is even stronger than Sasamaro. Egg, yeah. I like to grab the mosquito. I don't like clapping them because somehow when I clap mosquitoes, the air when I clap actually made them go away. So I just learned how to grab them with one hand, like whack. Have to do it fast though, and then you do it. Oh no! Stop! Must say something. Stop. Let me guess. You're number 5. Where regular communication officers aren't as slowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry, and Mr. Graydon is the team leader. Whoa! That's fascinating. Oh, okay. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communication, Mr. Graydon? Well, what of it? The transmission are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent encrypted and ciphered, and ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meeting with the ministry's technician and the ministry communication team. He assists them in ensuring that there were no errors in important international I love this lady, thank you! She's like exposing him right now. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Well, how's that? Can I see the bros? Aw, look at them. They're so cute. Alright. Graydon's highly skilled operator, stop! Currently in presence of idol, stop! Well, your idol would appreciate it if you kept your mouth shut. She should really pick on her idols more carefully. I tell you this, lawyers, accusations are completely unfounded. Sure thing. Besides, the sound produced an They're not? To anyone with a brain, there would be a blatant apparent on listening to music box for even a few seconds. Of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Oh, she looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more happy to demonstrate the basic for you, sir. A lesson here in the court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. The B-side. The B-side. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. They say it's encrypted, enciphered, so you know. Zeeks be talking like everyone and their mothers. No, I know, right? Zeeks are just so mean. Look, it's okay. We're gonna melt his heart one day. Tones, you say? Yeah, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you can construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. And this is B. But when you listen to the song produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. Yeah, that's why we need the second one. That's why we need the second one. But there is no discernible the meaning of this apparent random sequence of sound. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! You really shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of crap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersion in the future. Ouch. It's so frustrating, isn't it? Paris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Yes! We checked it already! We checked it! Would it be impossible to use this music somehow to play back Morse code? I mean... We sort of checked it. We have to give it a try, right? We found the B slot. There's still every possibility that the music box was instrumental in leaking the government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be a Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has hypotheses to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Well, mister, there's a little button over here if you want to click on it. We opened it up already! We opened it up already. Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the chord has here, Morse code comprised of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This is poor excuse for our lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that as the witness has pointed out, He was not the one in the omnibus with McGilda 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Maybe you do. Maybe you do. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. Yes, yes, yes. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Okay. Okay. Alright. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Where is it? It's hard to get back to the governor. Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the doctor had a dodgy job for us. Hey Ash. Isn't Ashley such a cute name though? Let me stop there. You there, Mr. Sculpin. All them years? What do you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon Graydon's an old chat. What the heck? What are you doing to your cheeks, my minion? Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. We was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you have a look. I mean, you look at him now with his fancy whistle and through and all, you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when we was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? We was always the leery one. He had the brains, we had the sab. Always coming up with smart ideas, like what would ever have gone through our heads. God blimey, and that's the truth. Remember Milverton Skulkin's Milk and Run? There was a corker, eh? Save it until later this trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oh yeah, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we are doing nothing wrong. Yeah. We're just answering one question. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? Nor your wine! Nor your wine! Well, let's edit to the testimony anyway. My lord! Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold a vital information to this case. Sorry. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. A skulkin never skulkin. Cute. Milverton and Skulkin Milk and Run. Okay. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The name is interesting. Milverton Skulkin's Milk Run. That's a very interesting thing, yeah. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourself and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? All right, I thought it was a clever clogs that you've... Like you, wow. Excuse me, I'm reading. Alright, I thought a clever clogs like you would have worked that one out. That Milverton. Huh. How much longer are we expected? Okay. Sure, I was reading. Let me guess, you don't accept any of these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that only the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that would come from. Yeah, it's the old man who was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon. Okay. Oh. But as will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that's used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on testament of these two thieves? Well, they're a very horrible liar, so... You're a communication officer attached to a civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Duh. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information would change things and could turn out to be extremely important. Okay. All of a sudden, we seem to be up our necks in serious matters of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government message is still just conjecture at this stage. Just casually talking it over apples and pears. I really want an apple right now, you know? I want a nice juicy apple. You know what I want? I want rujak. I want a rujak so bad right now. That sounds really good. Just rujak is like what do you call that? A variety of fruits that you dip into a very spicy peanutty palm sugar dip. That's really good. Would explains a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago and the break-in at Windy Banks. Rujak at this late at night? No judge me! Don't judge! But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus, what Mr. McGill did. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. Only there was some kind of link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seemed to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key is making us headway with the cross-examination here. Could be these two brothers? I'm pretty... Trice-fired Mason. He actually kind of looked like you though, not gonna lie. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we know now and understand that to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker's Mr. Mason Milverton was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it will really take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Oh boy. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in an illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government's communication and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborated scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. And then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at the Winnie Banks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. Oh. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other one you never found. So the same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers to break into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that! On the night that Mr. Winniebank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbroker touched one item and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated by using the true prints from the security camera indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, in which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of these actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense! Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through your sleeves or your jacket. I called it. I called it! What? Oh no! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Winniebank's pawnbroker. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One stuck one struck the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall in the shop, having first pierced the arm of the one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm you seem to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it? Oh, oopsie, popped the vein! Oopsie daisy! He got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits on Crook, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was fooled to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windy Banks that night. I paid this pair of 10 genies to accompany me. And if you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. Yeah, but they care about you though! But that is all. I need nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I am sure I recall nothing of the sort. It's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Hey boy. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the skulking brother's gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon's arm. Neat it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Wow. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you! Is you! Oh God, he's laughing. You little upstart. You have made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What is that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. Did my best to hide the fact, naturally. Had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built myself at the communication station. And then? But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness to this case, and I have my hands firmly around your neck of your client. Oopsie daisy! Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the door, defenseless pawnbroker, and shot it. What? No. This can't be. Order! Well, it would seem that we're finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Very theatrical indeed. This is crazy. Mr. Graydon. Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. It is shown that your claim is false. You will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Oh boy. Oh fucking boy. We'll explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment that the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Okay. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Oh, I don't like this guy. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Winnie Bank threw Nash over the counter, I felt like a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he tried to play to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Huh? Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. Look at smug face. Look at that smug face. You're claiming, sir, under oath to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Oh boy. Oh boy. Order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. You see, my hand has been forced. To tell the truth now is an act of self-preservation. Preservation. The song of Miss McGilda is here. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say blood spatter all over the accused's coat? Are you sure? Are we gonna do the whole thing again? Are we gonna do the whole thing again? We already know that's not the blood of the accused because the accused's blood is blue. And the coat! And the coat she's wearing is purple. Yeah. We're gonna go right there. I bet ya. So you say the button? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could be somehow been shown to harbor vestige of blood, there would be conclusive evidence here. Am I back? Am I back again? OBS is done being bobo, so I can start playing? Well, I don't know. He'd be drinking again. Am I back though? Did you guys miss anything again? If you guys didn't miss that much, then I'll just show you what happened. I'll just show you what happened. I mean, maybe I should do it slowly. I don't think it was that much. Alright. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. But yeah, I was saying that... Remember the purple thing? The purple thing? The purple overcoat? Yeah. The purple blood. Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human... Hey, but we did it already! So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective dubious foray into the... Oh, we'll show him! We'll show him! We'll fucking show him. He's gonna be flabbergasted. Flabbergasted. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has been already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent for use. With your lordship's permission. Oh my god! Oh, the 15! You could shatter all vestige of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Reno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front genie's coat. They tested with their chemicals. Oh, help! You're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Deutschland! But that's not Mr. Windybank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood. From when he was stabbed by Miss McGilded. From when he was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to this test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so it's once. Make it so. Make it so. Well, and while we wait for the result, the defense may proceed with cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Okay, we'll do it. Yeah, I don't think the Scotland Yard even have a sample of Windybank's blood. It's not about that. I don't think they can check what blood they have yet, right? They know there's gonna be blood, but they never know what blood they have, right? They don't have the technology yet, but Hurley Sholmes have the technology. The colored blood. Oh, sorry. The colored blood, this one. Not only this one can show you the blood, but that can also show you the color. The different person. We have it, they don't. Thus, Hurley's invention. Zeeks doesn't accept the portfolio though. Yeah, that's why I think right now we're gonna make him accept. If I don't manage to uncover some divisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Yeah, me too. Hey, we can bomb that thing and you can actually see its green. The moment of shooting. Do I want to press? Okay, I should press. Mr. Windybanks emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the encounter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had a revolver in his hand. Unfortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Say the pair who carry a gun? What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance of the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves for forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle this situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help the little bro, but the gold geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled my gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scrapper. Pearl just setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker to get her shame on you. Sorry, love. When the Winnie banged through... Okay. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize I had it happen, of course. Things crashed into the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened. So I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to the strike of the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. I mean, you've been moving it, so it had, it would reopen the wound. Well, now I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And he scrappered through that door at the back. At which point, what did you do? I feel like this is like nothing I would say. This is the only thing that I don't get. So I'm gonna press that. Did I hear correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. To where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun for the peephole onto this floor. That didn't happen! Why on earth she would do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Yeah, but you were sleeping with it! Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried just leaving it there in case more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours truly. I left to clear up my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Food here told us to sit tidy it up. He thinks he's overblowing mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance a second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull. You're like a bull at the gate, aren't you? Don't be mean to him! Gentlemen! Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking, Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, this D a bit of a hooligan, ain't it? What is going on just now? You saw him? He grabbed me whistle. Why the place, he said? Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? And why didn't you? Cause we did nothing about it. Or the flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my reg sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, I wasn't like Grexy at all. You're normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say. And you're Iris. Yeah, you're a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. What's your feeling, Runo? As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in this testament at the moment. But you have to find a way to break this thing in. And quickly too, because once they discover the blood on the overcoat that Gina is wearing, it's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself seeing the blood spatter over Ginny's coat. It doesn't strike me as sort of thing that you would claim if you had just genuinely seen it happen. But we know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank, so what's going on? All I know is that it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist test this acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too. Never mind that. I have to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony somewhere. I have to find it before the prosecution discovers the bloodstain on Gita's coat. Yes, we have to. Okay. Why are you okay? Hey. So blood splattered all over the wretched girl. All over her? Yes, through the people. I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now. What with the coats being such a dark color. But I assure you that garment is sullied by the victim's blood. Ah, this is where you're gonna... Ah! So it was sullied by blood, that's for sure. But it's not... Yeah, it's not! Yeah, they won't bother. What else did I have in... I wanted to press all of them, but I feel like sometimes it's very, what do you call that? Straightforward when you chase after him. I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about his peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in the head height that lets you see what's inside. Actually, I should know about that, shouldn't I? Look through it myself. You did. How about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went through the people as well? No, not likely, Gov. We did nothing sort, Gov. I thought these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. The skulking brothers were there, but they didn't see anything. Okay. So at the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl and defendant. Yes, so neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? Just then the crime was discovered. The defendant was found in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet was been fired. And we've already established that Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the skulking gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be an... In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene. Oh gosh. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl whirling at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned and to run. It was at the moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. Ah, here it is. I guess we have to press everything. My lord! Requesting your lordship permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the result of the test and was ordered earlier, my lord. The blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Presume you have no objection? No, my lord. No, but this is bad! Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found at the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stain, it would appear that the result of sputtering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me! Well, it does look like a bloodshot, but it was not! Oh my god. See? What did I tell you? No, the blood on the overcoat is not Winnie Banks. What on earth makes you say that, Counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited on Winnie Banks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, that cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponi's friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, you should not argue fervently for Miss McGilded's innocence. And yet now that the man is dead, you run his as a murder? Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? 6. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned yourself in this country. But that was... I call it treachery. What do you mean? I was betrayed. How to determine whether the blood on our overcoat 2 months old or not? Even a telescope couldn't help the answer to that. Problem pop out. It can't be done. But we use Mr. Sholmes' special. Sholmes' a doctor, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in the chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communication officer? I held out Fyrovsky to starving boy. He ran away crying. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of people's public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such conclusions, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat is spattered with the blood of the victim. And the only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. It's not! It's not! My lord! It's been a long battle this one, but old Warhorse has been something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As a moment, sir, this court has reached its final decision. Ready, men! All for one now!
Yuzai!
Yuzai.
Yuzai! Yuzai!
Yuzai.
Yuzai!
Oh my gosh. Like, I don't get it. It still doesn't land. It's illogical. Even if that happened, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Why was she, going by his logic? Oh, he sees it, right? But why she's holding a gun from Mr. Winnie Bank? Right? And why Winnie Bank is very close to the door? Yeah? How could the blood spatter on her? And we see nothing else on the ground? Yeah? Sorry. I'm so angry at him. Here's to any attempt to make unpicking the juror's decision. Oh boy. Man, Yonosuke! You're hurting your back, man. Yeah, I was thinking about that. By that testimony, who has the third gun then? He did. He did. He said it. Graydon said he picked them up. Graydon said he picked them up. Right? Because he was trying to be careful of any more tragedies is not happening, so he picked it up. If he picked it up, then he could show it to the court, didn't he? Yeah, then he could yeah, he should have, but he didn't. Sussy. Sussy. Big sus. Oh, what happened? Recess? How is very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Miss Officer? You delivered the report now. That'll be all. Thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by one other than human. Guys, is this Sholmes? Sholmes, is this you? I swear to God, if it's that Sholmes! Am I going mad? Yeah! Mr. Sholmes! With a freaking mustache! Oh my God, look at him! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. As well as it would be had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind to spare us the time? What do you say to this, Lord Van Zieks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well, counsel, you have 5 minutes. Hey, you're back! I miss you! I missed your face! My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me. Should I pass out? Let's make this discussion short as possible. Really, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigation. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Misusato. From Misusato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Misusato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At this very moment of crisis, you were to given this small parcel. Those were her dear lady's instruction. A living present from Susato-san? Whatever could it be? Whatever could it be? Oh! What is this? What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made. The cat door! Look, I used this. This is my latest invention. What is that? I call it the flat flapomat. It can make a cat flap for every furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What would I do with it though? What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I am a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Did she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Oh no, you're not! Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That might when you left Windy Banks in pursuit of the thieves. Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Huh. That not at all cryptic then. So she used it? Sato-san used this flapomat that night? Where? Oh, you savor that, huh? Oh my god! Don't stop it! Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? Shit. Fuck. Bye, Sholmes. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are anonymous in their leanings. No doubt my lean friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense request... What? Wait, we can further cross-examine? But we're so close though. We're so close. Whenever... Sure... It's really hard to summation examination. Remember, it was postponed. It was postponed. Continue. Continue. We're gonna corner that mother effer. Gonna corner that mother effer. Further cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one existing witness. What? It would appear that rather important details have escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. We're requesting your lordship permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. It's not. It's not. I will remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to continue to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Huh. Catflapum. Catflapum. Technicalities for the win. Eat your hearts out, Zeeks. Yeah, on your face, Zeeks. I've decided to afford the defense one final opportunity to... Oh, shit! One opportunity! Oh, shit! Okay. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from this witness testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present an evidence? And following that, the situation remains unchanged. I shall move to adjudication. Fuck. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. No pressy! My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. It's high time I fell a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Can you not fail with such a... Can you not fail so dramatically though? I can't. Can you stop? Sholmes, no! Mr. Sholmes! Can I see him? Can I see him? Can we see him just like laying there? No, he didn't show us. It didn't show us. Oh my, I like how he flailed. I know, right? It's so good. To stand so insubstantially before the court in state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Yes. One statement. One piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down or Iris. I won't waste this final chance that Susato's hand has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of this trial. Well then, under any terms I outline, you may resume. Alright, let's do this. The moment of shooting again. While the ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was... Oh, the song! Okay. So that by far is correct. People. Wait, are you wait. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? How could we... How could we miss that? Wait. That didn't take long. Nice going, Detective Well. Well, because... What else? They're trying to imply that the peephole is... Because... What else? Where else that we know the Flapomat, the cat Flapomat was made? Is it? What? Okay, wait. Okay, wait. Okay, so this is... Wait. Okay, wait. Not chotto. Let me reread again. I cannot! Fuck! Okay, it's okay. I can remember kinda. Don't press. Okay. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council? Oh, is that my cat Flapomat, my lord? It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and made a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the door. I'm sure we could all work it out for ourselves. That pet lovers contract have no possible relevance to this case. Oh, it does. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I've failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it will help if I describe the function another way then? This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine, and particularly no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene of only 2 minutes under the murder of Mr. Windybanks had taken place. That's right. According to the according to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Mr. Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see what's inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else I could witness the crime for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Yeah, it's time! What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! No! This is farce! Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the screen of the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in a few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the skulking brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it became apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony... I heard Kurios! I wanted to read crime scene, but the current behind the scene and become cream. Fuck! It's riddled with holes. Da 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 da. Riddled with. Explain yourself, Counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, in the time of the incident, the peephole did not exist yet in the door. There's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim you have seen. You have the photograph. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies! Yeah. Order! Is there any credence to this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realized. Exactly! This is this trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is! Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest door. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Oh, we're gonna try it. I had a feeling I had to say that. What? Waggy Cooey! Time for dinner. She's Well? Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. Does not make cap flaps in the old paneling in the... I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Windybanks was made by your machine. There's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps that my cat flap on my craze are all fixed size. The dimension of the people in Windybanks are exact match. Old Silky lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I see. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your eastern island home. Well, yes, that's true. And you may have some difficulty establishing all those facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has the dimension that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands to prove your answer. Well, when we were there. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using the device, but now the perpetrator has returned to her native land. She cannot testify for the fact. There's no proof. We have photos. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend claim amount to nothing more. To baseless accusation. Yamete, naruhodo. Do not react. React with pride. Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, counsel, don't give up now, Bruno. This is the time for create your own opening. Yes, we will. Time to create our own door. Like the cat flapomat. Sounds the greatest, yep. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present the evidence. We will. We will. Here it is. What are you? A friend from the Detective Inferno cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Usato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. The necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel? This print shows the scene of the shop moments after the defender entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, It pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see my print again. Let me see it. I don't believe it. This was quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of people. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim you have done, because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. In other words, your testimony is catalog of lies. Catalog of lies. Twirl whirly. Order! I am satisfied the defense has sustained its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness testimony was entirely fallacious. Are you gonna laugh again? That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more Lord Van Zeeks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that's not proof. That is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Catalog of what? Oil log. Yeah, that's right. What? I was there at the time of the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the crime circumstances, I am the victim here. No, you're not. I don't believe this. They're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. See, I can't worm his way out now. Iris? You know what they say? There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Renault? As Hurley always say, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? So what do you mean, such remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statement. What? What? This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was like, right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency was revealed by the lies in the witness's statement. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely this one. How did he know? How did he know? I don't know. Coat. The bloodstain that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood spat all over her when she shot him. Well, how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it for people in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Now let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom? What? Well, obviously Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The people in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windy Banks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. the place is chock full of pawn articles and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people on the store door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people door. How are that possible? Could I have a word, please? Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put my report, but really nothing more I can do to add to the ceremony, so if all the same to you... Permission denied! Oh my god! Oh. It's all the same to me, Inspector, not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Oof, of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Of course! Stop, my learned friend. You realize I trust that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implication. Yes. The defense believe that the details about this case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed by him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that... Yeah, that is true. Someone was talking together, wasn't there? Wasn't there someone talking to him? Wasn't someone was talking to you before this one? Wasn't it? Wasn't it, Mr. Gregsy? Have you tell anyone? Okay. The truth is, it can only be you, Inspector Gregson. Me! You had better have some proof to substantiate such rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Exactly. That, or I've forgotten that he actually, when the first report, remember? Indeed, the preparation for this testimony were made with urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it was reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the... That is true. You suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was progressing that he received such information that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. The only person who knew the knowledge of the investigation he had to any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella? I was summoned to his lordship's chamber during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means... the first time these two laid eyes on one another after the proceeding resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where their illicit discussion couldn't possibly have... But it happened! happened, didn't it? Oh, I just remember. There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Yep. So Graydon and Inspector seem to be having some kind of secret discussion. Would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was a part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for a detail about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind that inspector if we found true striking a deal with any kind of witness. We consider a gross case of
Malfeasance.
Malfeasance. Well, It's becoming clear that jumping with accusation is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence to support this diabolical. Okay, I will. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see the proof. Wait a minute. I think I know. The thing that he wants the most. Yes. What evidence? Oh, I know, especially if he's doing the shit. I bet he wants it. Coca? I mean, I would like coca. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what alluded to this newspaper article here? Classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Winniebanks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that they encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you now, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. McGaiden in which you exchanged the discs for details of the case. You little gah! You know, I should be pointing to the witness stand, not to Van Zeeks. On the day of the incidents, when we met you in Mr. Windybanks, you said this. I'll be taking whatever it is of McGillis down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilda has to be taken as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew that at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilda was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were Recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. And that's explained why when I presented this as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you know that it contained highly confidential information. But I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized that there was a possibility, that was all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs. You did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known the existence of this peephole. The only explanation, a deal was struck between them. that was a sight to see. What the hell? If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth. It would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this courtroom? In room? How could you possibly claim it like that? This Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's... Oh yeah! No, he would have insisted to have the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you meant to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question? What? Oh my god! My lord, please! Order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? He's like, here you go. Don't look at me. I wouldn't want to be janitor of this court. Yeah, we have blood seeping, we have chandelier, chalices, wine broken, we have fish and chips everywhere in the ground. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if we'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going. Oh! Would it? Why is he so confident? I presume you are aware of this precipice on which you are now tethered, my learned student friend. You have made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. And if following the search of Inspector Personal does not found, you'll be deemed unfit for court services or will end. Okay, remember what sussy things that Gregson has done. He's been annoying. Doesn't want to talk about what happened. He had hush-hush with Graydon. Oh! And he talked to Nash! He grabbed Nash, didn't he? He grabbed Nash. Okay. He knew that he don't have the disc anymore. That's why he's like, oh yeah, go ahead and search. To make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police officer is not something Her Majesty government will be able to overlook. Oh my god! You're just threatening Runa just because you're scared. We know what to do. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. Oh, yeah. Are you prepared, Mr. Greggy? else? Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps a lesson will do you some good. Fair enough, I got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search on Inspector Personal. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? What is all this? I'm one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have put you in this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Ah, wow, we're completely irrational. He's doing what you all told him to do, and having the courage is his conviction. So you should respect and listen to what he has to say in good faith, because that's what the British way. Iris, I love you. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe in the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly waits his next word. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who had that disc. Yep. My boy! My boy! My lord. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Blimey! Me? Him? Very well then. Bailiff! Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search on his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector, Scotland Yard has to object to his search. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objection carried no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and defense have authority to object. But, my lord Van Zeeks, you have no idea. I have no idea what forces you are in play that might influence your action. But personally, I have no intention to obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. No, old and hold on a moment. I know nothing about no disc. Cut down! Oh, poor guy. Ah! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I know nothing about it, nothing. Oh, you slimy. That is the second music box disc. Why do I always say box? Box. Disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? I die. Order, Mr. Skulky, what do you have to say for yourself? Gordon Fleming Bennett. I swear I don't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly going on here? The alleged deal was struck between these witnesses and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of that disc the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. At one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual behavior. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left Mr. Broker that night, was it by any chance the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit nothing to the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my question, Inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did not know. I thought my noggin was gonna fall off clean, I did. I was wishing I would be born with a big brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue, he just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. What the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we caught you down the senator? That was what he said. You're right down my ear hole, he did. My head's still throbbing now. Aw, poor Nash. The way Detective behaved then was extremely out of character, but looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. It was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it! But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why would he proceed to hide it within the man's pocket? This is a court of law. He would have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that his inspector was not at all liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special condition. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leak from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush? Top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, this information stolen comes from confidential government communication. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in the court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So realizing that there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you acquired from the witness. Does it mean you only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket? So it was all pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it, yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there is no proof that I passed that disc into the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But it is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective, all of these young Eastern men fancy. I have no idea what any of this about. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit making a deal with Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, and it's been in the name of justice. So, as a member of the public of this fine country, I would like to think that justice will be on your guiding light. Oh, come on! What you did is still sucky though! Sussy fuck! Now you're going into... What is that? Virtue signaling? Nevertheless, in absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury to their final leanings. No! I really want... if we can't break Graydon, what? Should we break Gregson instead? They're like, I'm wavering. We're not even done with the cross-examination. Ah! Oh my god! Okay, wait. Yeah! You're good. Okay. I don't manage to produce some stuff. Yeah, we're gonna have to stop Gregson! The court really gonna throw Gina under the bus over a bias. Yeah! He was like, oh, I do this for the country, so I'm not admitting the admission. I'm not saying no, I'm not saying yes at the same time, but think about the country. What an ass! You know what? Yes, we have to struck him. We cannot struck the guy anymore. We have to struck the man. Gregsy himself. Yeah. If he's so scared. He's so scared. Let's have a listen, shall we? Let's have a listen. Let's break him. Oh, so the guy, of course. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What is that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a dealing with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. Looks like I have to. Yeah. I'm sorry, Gregson, but you leave me no choice. I'm gonna have to play the music box. Is that Mr. McGilded peculiar music box console? Break him. We have to break him. Perhaps now it could be a good idea to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, it's this console. No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why. Not true, Inspector. The defense had already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box was a part of a Morse code message. We know that the Morse code comprised with two distinct tones. The defense believed that the second disc contains for the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have the chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you're letting go the whole entire court here confidential information like that, it's treason! Then do you admit to the charge? In order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad! If you let the secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the British government, you idiot! Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Yes! Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sound made by the music box. Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him! I'm actually impressed by Naruto right here, not gonna lie. Yeah, me too! My heart! My kokoro is struck! You should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth by fair means or Very well, the defense stands here and that of the prosecution made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense request, the court will now listen to this music box set in operation once more. Look at his face! This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Rig is so screwed, yep. Oh boy. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakably now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But by the love of God, stop that blooming box up! Oh, they feel so nice. That feels so nice. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Grayston? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of this peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were stood here and the stand together, that's when he approached me with a deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up, shut up, shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up to the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept, or information that may make certain individual uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let the information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him the details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of the murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to felicitate the witness' perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windebay. And you... Oh my God! Traitor! Oh no! Where are you going? No! How dare you! Restrain him man now! That's it then, it's all over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. Oh, this is Graydon's! I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape that hellhole. And you eventually become a communication officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squirrel could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilder. You're a fino with choir talent, so you are. I have money to throw you into your interest. All you need to do is go along with my little plan now. I want money. Fair. I think everyone wants money. It was also equal. That's me. No, I want the coke. I'm working so I can get coke. I mean, who doesn't want it? But this is bad. Just gotta work hard, man. I was to steal the ministry telegraphic message logs, and McGilder would buy them from a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspection of the ministry communication office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offering. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you're committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker apprentice. I imagined his skill would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought my father again to employ his services. I won't commit treason for Coca, okay? It was the first time I've seen him since I left the slum 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was so sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. Got some work for you, father. I need some music box disc made. Music box disc, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've bought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch me my tools, would you? They're in the loft. Ah! Mason! Mr. Mason! So that's how I had him make 2 discs. Hereby splitting the information into 2, you are taking considerable precaution indeed. To protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with Mr. McGilder in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box playing for them. I exchanged them with McGilder for 10 genies. Then on the receipt on the second disc, he would pay 10,000 genies. So that what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago. Was the second part of the deal the exchange of the second disc? Yes. I sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Middleton, was the one dealing Mr. McGilder and not yourself? When I received the 10,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilder, I decided to give the top 200 for my father to... Aww. Oh no! But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must have been involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." Oh no! That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Mr. Mason. Man, as much as I hate the guy, you know, it's not an excuse, but I get it. That's sucky. What are you trying to do? It was only then I found out that what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Did you kill him? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any wait. I was at all right now, I forgot. Okay. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was farce from the start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into a hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangement 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself has shown me that. Are you seeing that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matter into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded death that day was caused by this man? Well, thank you, and not... I mean, okay. Holy shit. He bribed the bailiff with a lifetime supply of coca, but that was supposed to be my coca. I'm gonna exact revenge. Nah, I will just probably go to his, I don't know, closet or prison closet and take all his coke. It's my coke. If I could be present for me myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right. An imposter hired by me. McGilded uses his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. Revenge is a vicious cycle. Yeah. Revenge is never nice. Revenge only do you the first few, you know? It's not for the rest of your life. So I give the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused with paraffin, one of my sham police ushered McGilded inside and sent him a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. Oh, fuck. That's how I avenged my father's death. I would have, yeah, spine-chilling account indeed, you know. But that wasn't the end of it for me. It was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah yes. There was indeed no mention of it in this man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I've dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 genies for you young men. What's this? Winnie Bank's pawnbrokery? Aye, it is a pawnbroker ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put a jewel in the pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 genies if you sell it, so it will. Never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. I knew that if you'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now. That's when we first met you at the Windy Banks afternoon 2 days ago. You had the description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clear and peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawn. That he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I need to do was wait until the girl went to Windy Banks to redeem the article. But unfortunately, she redeemed only Miss McGilded's overcoat and the 1 disc that was in this pocket. The all-important music box with the 2nd disc inside is still missing, because it already had been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I wasn't aware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector! You recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possession and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on in the yard, but we had to keep it quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. You know, if only he left the disc alone, he wouldn't be in this mess. Yeah. Maybe. Would he? Would the police put 2 and 2 together, or would they know who make it? I wonder. I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in their pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Mash and Ringo were searching over the counter, I located the music box I had sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the 2nd disc was inside. Yes, I slipped into my pocket a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left hand. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your inland. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I've decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Oof. Oof. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The men are already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windy Banks on that wretched night. And the father tale though makes me sad. My aim was too good. Oh, if only I missed. If only I don't shot any guns in the first place, baby! Fuck me. Earlier, you called McGilda the monster, a man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What a tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. Oof. Burn. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilda. Yes, I think I have. Yeah, it's sad. Fuck. Well, this has been a long and exhausting... Yeah, it has been. It's almost 5 hours! And I need to make food! For sahur! However, it would seem that we have at last arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson. What of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord. He's been escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you are doing so in line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector. It's inexcusable. Oh, look at his face! Iris, give him tea. Now the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Guided up squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. One last push, the final call, and finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decision to the court.
Muzai.
So Muzai, not guilty. Yuzai for guilty.
Muzai.
Yuzai.
Muzai.
Hi.
Muzai.
Woo! That's the hook. Wow. I mean, Regina, you're off one hook. You did. Yeah, you kind of commit perjury. So yeah. Wait. When this happened, wait. I know the Coca Bobos are dead right now because apparently the token expired, but that doesn't mean we can do our own party. Yeah! Mickey! Alright. Back to normal. Finally is the word. I wasn't really sure it would come out on top a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet! Eh? What? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, 2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windy Bank's pawnbrokery, you also attempt to abscond with Mr. Gilded's property, it seems. Eh? I've never nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing Mr. Gilded, yep. Ah, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening, and turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly most unexpected revelation. Revelation, yes. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my new friends' courage here today. I propose a toast. A toast? A toast to me? To demanding that the government secret is to be disseminated for the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, isn't that? It's about the sound produced by the music box before. I do wonder if it was really Morse code at all. What are you saying, madame? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so the whole world seemed to be covered in dots and dashes for me, in fact. Goodness, madame. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels. Well, this is how I feel whenever I was making pixel art or playing Minecraft or when I'm reading manga most of the days. Like whenever I try to daydream or dream, it became either of them. Either it's pixeled or blocked or manga panel. Oh, I read too much manga, so all my dreams are becoming manga panels. Or whatever in my brain becomes manga panels. That's weird. Goodness, madam, unhealthy, yeah. But I must say that, in my opinion, the sound produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of 2 different tones. What? Can that really be? Was that Morse code at all? Could be a different series of Morse code? My lord, the defense would like to listen to music box again. Are you over here done? We're secretly breaking the matrix. I swear it happened. If I play Minecraft all day, all night, that's what happens. Suddenly, whatever I'm thinking of or trying to make an image in my brain, it become blocky. So same with if I'm doing like pixel arts. That's what happened. This corner is not appropriate, yeah. I have to finish this quickly. But it's really going to bother me. I know I feel you. Iris is still thinking too. Miss Lestrade? Yeah, my lord? That to which you have seen today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. Appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most of the day back in the slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you all want to change, you've gotta start at home. You've gotta change how you are yourself. Aw, Gina! I look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant Miss Lestrade. Oh, I'm ready. Wait! Amazing. Okay, we're done. Get off your party hats, guys. There you go. Party's done. Finally! Oh my gosh, it was so long! Uh-oh, I'm scared. Oh Lord, I'm scared. Oh Lord. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, you saw the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging characters, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Oh no! Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of a man I once knew and try to understand. Oh really? You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal of the hands of Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Aren't you, Zeeks? Is that a scar? It's because the Japanese katana cutting through you so deep. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Oh, come on, don't get chummy here, man. Okay, that's not chummy. That's not chummy at all. That's not chummy. So farewell, my Lord Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Woo! That's so dramatic. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared? Mr. Jones! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruhodo. You believe in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What was odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever asked before, see? Kept the promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. But that's because I've been scared to be backstabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Well, that's just how it is. Well, yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had the taste of it in the trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. Hello, Vio, what is your breakfast? I don't know. I have to think of it. That's why I'm trying, like, oh shit, I don't want to rush, but rushing too, because I don't think I have time to cook, so I might have to buy something. Trusting in someone else is very an exercise learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, then your trust is rewarded. There's no better feeling in the world. I think you have to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. What a son! Thanks. Gina! This is the way I see it, Rinosuke. A defense lawyer is only good as his fate as his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. I am living up to your expectation. Am I living up to your expectation? Am I turning out to be a lawyer you believe I could be? That smile is a smile of confirmation! Confirmation! Pardon the interruption? Who? Interrupt my... But what the deuce does the man have to do be noticed around here, my dear fellow? I mean, you're being a Bobby. Of course I would. I mean, you're being a bailiff. But you instant babbling. Mr. Shams! Fucking god. I would assume you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape a— What? Why? Happened to be aware of one or two voiceable of the doctors who has been attending me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless effort justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order! As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Great detective, some great at being cold as ice, maybe? Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Strud? Well, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives. Well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. But I've indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps cold as ice, but well, have a feel. Maybe not. And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strud. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it is in my intention to alarm you, but... a acquittal in trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who found not guilty in the trial was working on what wins up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make. And exemplified by the fate of McGilded, in fact. Must go now, thanks for the stream, yo. Thank you, Gunnam. We're wrapping it up. We're wrapping it up. Yeah, well, don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs, you mean? Like God? Yeah, I'm upstairs. He knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have a wrong end of the stick. There's some coves like that bog trotter who are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildas of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? And a training you which you so admired, Mrs. Strad. Oi! Just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. There you I swear, every time fucking Hurley just flailed down, always gets me. Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Iris, my dear, do I apologize? But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff, but these dolts didn't even notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. Is this gonna be a red flag for the next game? I'll be careful. Oh, you make him sad! Anyway, it's such a shame. Also hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going anywhere for a while. You are the judge, Patters. I've got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All the offenses. What was it again? Breaking in and entering, taking the burger store to stuff, and blah 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 blah. I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is a main offense. But diving all in all offense. It's a job, innit? I don't think so. Burn, though it's actually a reference to how Sherlock is good at disguising. Yeah, that's what I heard. So it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. Yeah! I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Well, no, but I never was a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them like me from them slums. Something that makes a difference. Aww! Jenny! Oh, I love her development so much. Look at her! Oh, I love this. I love you so much. I must protect you. I have to look. You have to be in the second game, please. Bye bye, Gina. Goodbye, Gina. Please take care. Odo? What are you doing? What is this for? What? What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase. Hitherto, missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Strad. On occasions such as this, you say, thank you. Oh yes, it's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well then. Thanks, Odo. Precious! Thank you for everything we've done, for believing in me. Take pictures, save it forever. I will forever save this picture. Oh, you lovely. Should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Oh, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Oh, you better. You better. Well, quite an indomitable prick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought the paper outside. It's a special edition that's trial over. Oh my gosh. Pickpocket innocence proven! Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Yina, Iris. Oh no! How silly of me! Oh, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. What did you say, Bruno? Pearly? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not! I have no intention of listening to but the good news. Well, there you have it. How many people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Right? Then maybe let's start with the good news time. The rain has finally stopped! It was a record level rainfall, apparently. Well, that's good news indeed. We can journey back to the greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? Well, a huge storm has left the sea is very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailing off Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right, we had to head to the station immediately. We may still have make it to Susie! Oh. That's not a bad news, that's a good news! What do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mrs. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria's station earlier and made arrangement for a special express. But hurry now, we shall be there time before dinner. For dinner. I don't... Let's go! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, this is a long... Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for? Let's go! Exactly! I was... That took somewhat longer than I anticipated. Susie's boat might just be about to leave now. Miss Usato, where are you? Oh, there she is! Miss Usato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial, I mean. We heard that the sailing is being delayed due to this bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. Aww. Everyone needs to be protected! But the book you were about to throw into the sea, it was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of the crime and then I tried to hide the facts. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To art of pickpocketing, I mean? Oh, that was so much fun! I saw Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. Well, because, you know, when you wear it, sometimes you just forget. On a whim, I thought it would be fun if I could take the cat flapple-mat. So I put it up my sleeve. Really? And I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Winnibag's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Sholmes! After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think that door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, that little device I had put in my sleeve sprang to mind. And I was so worried. But Gina, I had to simply know. To use the cat flacomet to make the peephole in the door? As captured in the photographic print of the shop. By one of the yeah, that one. How did you put it out in your sleeves and forgot about? I don't know. That thing looks huge. Is it like all adventures pocket bag that is just so endless? It's like a void. You know, what's the first importance at that point? Precisely when the people was made, that information would prove to be Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight of that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run into my mind. I remember that the trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded, I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then the terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal has planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank, even though I was sure she would never done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to flame her for the crime? That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have be a way to see beyond the door. Ah, that is true, but now because of the peephole. Only the peephole wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would have known that, so it would make any difference. But the possibility of the rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that where she did it? So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time that I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide on Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possibility means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. No. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If you had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had seen the two half surprisingly tamper with the crime scene. So Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of the responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Mr. Sato. Truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but the moment I allowed myself to think that, it's the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Gordon is the one who lied in the witness stand using the peephole in a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hasn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did? Saved Gina's life! Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me too, from my regrets. I wish everybody would just hug, man. Well, we must all be thankful that Mrs. Stroud's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some kind of loose ends in the trial will continue to play in my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation of that music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruto. What a triumph that to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, the argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. It wasn't? There was a communication officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sound on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we're talking about secret government communication. No doubt they weren't written in cipher to avoid being readily understood. A cipher, I see. And then we could have never hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. A quite zero-pipe problem, I assure you. A? Aha! Well, can't give me a real word. Oh! Wait, Iris, what did you say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Means something. Asogi is the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know the name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before. The name, when the message was playing on the music box. Oh my god, this girl is a genius! She's transcribing on the fly. She's a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the word just didn't seem to make any sense to me. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use in their own languages. I don't believe it. You're saying... That's right. I've only actually seen the chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mr. Sato, do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some quite... Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important in this international communication. Then I might recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on English version. Be that may, Iris, show me the message! Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, what can this possibly mean? There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communication? I don't understand why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. First is K, Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why is his name on the disc? The second is Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gureguson. T. Tobias Gregson? It would seem Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. And what's his name doing in the secret government communication as well? T. Shin? And the last name. What's the matter, Mr. Sato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. Oh boy. Last name is J. Wilson. What? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be so sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you need to note down. Or the end of what you noted down. I just can't believe it. Who in the world... That those... Oh my god! I can't wait to play the next game! Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So Daddy could be in Japan then. Where's Susie and Runa come from? Oh, well... No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with surnames Wilson. And there must be lots of J among them. Professor J.H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back in a boulder of the mouth of a very dark cave. Yeah, it's like we're unraveling something very sinister. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Is this what Kazuma has been trying to do? Oh! Oh no! Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first and port to Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change to a larger passenger vessel bound to Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Misusato. Considering what happened to Wilson, I have concerns about the list. I do too. Now that Kazuma is gone, Shin and Greg sees next. Misusato, I had hoped to have you always by my side to guide me and support me. Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Oh my gosh. Really, Susie? Oh, no, don't forget, Iris. I made your promise I've yet to fulfill. Promise? Or your manuscript? Ah. Oh yes, the Haunt of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. As a promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Do you remember the first time we met? Oh gosh, you suplexed me. If I remember rightly, you were through Halva. Yep. You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you are a perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Misusato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure of that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. You better be! You better be Gina coming back too. Oh.
これでなるほど龍之介最初の冒険の物語はおしまいだ思えば不思議な運命に導かれてここまで来たような気がする僕は弁護士になって異国の街で名探偵と出会ったこれからもきっと様々な困難が僕を待ち受けているんだろう、でもどんな危機だって大逆転できるそんな気がする
Can't believe it! Charles, what are you doing?
だって僕には世界最高の仲間がいるのだから
Friends! Nakama! Aibo! Yes! Oh, what? What yes, Mr. Naruto. Yes, Mr. Sholmes, I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special... Oh no. Huh? It caused so much commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at the station. But really, we would never have made it in Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was your fault. Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Mr. Sato. You love defending yourself in court. Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who would do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind? Certainly! Any word you like? Objection! Finally! The long-awaited objection in every last case of the game! Oh, but I don't have a... Okay, then I really must say... Objection! There you go! Man, I remember in the old games, in the NDS one, I had to scream, Objection! Every last case. That was really, really fun. That was really, really good. I want to watch this, but I'm running out of time. So, I'm gonna... well, I'll just say the goodbyes here then. Alright. Well, that was a rough ride. I can't wait to play the next game, but I think I will get a nice break first before continuing Ace Attorney. I'm planning to play Spyro again on the last third game. So, yeah. That was such a good story with many twists and turns. Exactly, right? I mean, it's a very Ace Attorney game where there's a lot of twists and turns and oh my god, what the fuck happened? You know, all those stuff, but you know. It's really fun. It's a fun ride, is how I say it. A very, very fun ride. So in this first game, it concludes 8 Susato Smackdowns, 3 broken wine bottles, and 19 broken chalices. I will keep a note when the next game comes. Alright. I don't know how long this would be, but I guess it'll be best if I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't want to pause it, but I want you guys to watch it too. What? Maybe you know what? That's okay. If I can rush eating, I'm good at that. I can rush eat. I don't wanna leave it to you guys alone though. I wanna be here too. What a predicament. I'm betting this guy. I'm betting that this guy will have a big play on the next game. And Kazuma and the guy that betrayed Van Zieks definitely too. And I bet like Gregson's gonna play a big part too, because his name was on the code. Look at his face! He's such a... For his line of duty, he must uphold his mission. Uphold mission! Just like... Oh... Just like my friend. My good boy in Pineful. Hey, where's John? Mr. Gardeb. Naruhodo will return for... more tragedies, more betrayals, more court cases. There's nothing I enjoy more to say. Aw, that's cute. What's wrong with your eye? You're okay. Well, at least they're still in love. At least they're still so much in love. Very cute. Are we gonna see Nash and the other guy? Oh no! Looks like a no, Gina. And more Susato Smackdowns, yeah. More broken wine and broken chalices too. I bet. Criminal investigation are kind of interesting. Are you gonna be Emma? Are you gonna be the next Emma? Oh my gosh. Raiden! Sorry. Nash! Ringo! Oh my gosh. I can't believe it. They got the moves because of him. Aww. That was so cute. Chusato! That is what life's all about. That life will treat you well. Aww. What the fuck, man? I'm gonna go ahead and read first in your full later glove. Thank you, we're done! We're done! We're done! Oh. Oh, fuck you, Pain! Fuck you, Ouchie! Oh, yay. I will leave it here then. Coca, guys! Thank you for playing in my journey. Goodbye. Coca. Now enjoy the credits. 어찌 꼬까? 어찌 꼬까?